The plane suddenly lost a section of its fuselage mid-flight.
An FAA panel is blasting the aircraft company.
Amid new problems with Boeing's 737 MAX,
where was the oversight to make sure the most critical pieces were there?
a special update to the award-winning investigation with the New York Times into the problem-plagued airplane.
Lion Air flight JC610 went missing from radar.
And then the second plane crashed.
Ethiopia crashed minutes after taking off.
This was going to be an existential crisis for the company.
They had no idea how powerful MCAS was.
FAA's oversight was sorely lacking.
The mounting pressure on Boeing.
This was supposed to be one of the most highly scrutinized planes in the world. Here you are with another incident that was risking passengers' lives.
We're going to approach this, number one, acknowledging our mistake.
Now on Frontline,
It had direct echoes of everything we had been reporting on years ago.
Boeing's fatal flaw.
On the morning of October 29th, I was woken up by a colleague who alerted me that a Lion aircraft crashed. He said it's the MAX, and I was surprised because it was a new aircraft. My company provided the air data for aircraft flying around the Jakarta area. So I went to the computer and looked at the data. It was immediately apparent that, okay, something was wrong. The plane went up to about 2,000 feet, just over a minute after takeoff. And the plane had a bit of a dive. And then the plane climbed to about 5,000 feet. But then at 5,000 feet, the plane was fluctuating up and down. And then the plane just started diving. It just didn't make sense. You don't see planes diving on departure. I was baffled. Why did it go down?
Lion Air flight JC610 went missing from radar.
189 people were killed in the crash of Lion Air Flight 610.
The Boeing 737 MAX 8.
The plane was a new Boeing 737 MAX,
What do we know about this 737 MAX 8?
the fastest-selling jet in Boeing history, just introduced the year before.
We don't yet know what caused this crash.
A breakthrough this evening in the flight data recorder. It holds many of the keys.
The data from the black box quickly got to FAA engineers in the United States.
There is a purity of this data. It comes directly from the black boxes. So it's recording airspeed, altitude.
The data showed what appeared to be a glitch, something repeatedly moving part of the plane's tail, controlling its pitch.
It didn't take long, just a couple of minutes, to see that there was rapid movement of the horizontal stabilizer. It's probably the fastest way to kill yourself in an airplane is to have the stabilizer malfunction.
My spine literally tingled when I saw the traces from the black box. The plane continually tried to push the nose down, and the pilots were trying over and over again to stop the plane. And in the end, they lose that battle.
What Boeing had not told airlines or their pilots was that it had put a powerful software system on the new airplane.
In the Lion Air crash, this system was receiving incorrect information, and that made a plane dive straight downward and destroy itself.
Inside Boeing, they quickly diagnosed the problem and began working on a fix. But they stood by the MAX as hundreds of them took to the air around the world, carrying thousands of passengers. The company alerted pilots about handling a potential malfunction.
Boeing and the FAA today warned airlines that sensors on 737 MAX 8 jets can malfunction.
Boeing are calling this a formal advisory, and it's been issued to the pilots.
The reporting showed Boeing knew that it was risky, but their response was to blame the pilots.
Pilots did not hit two cutoff switches. Boeing says that action was part of well-established protocols for all 737s.
And that led to a series of decisions that kept the plane in the air. And then we got another crash.
Breaking news out of Ethiopia, where a plane went down.
It was Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 on its way to Nairobi from Addis Ababa.
For a new
new 737 MAX 8 jetliner crashed minutes after taking off.
2 crashes, the same plane, 346 people killed, an iconic American company's reputation in tatters. The story of the Boeing 737 MAX would end up exposing corporate deception and a broken regulatory process. But at the center was a software system supposed to keep people safe that instead led to their deaths.
Black boxes from the Ethiopian crash have been recovered.
It's the second disaster within 5 months involving the Boeing 737 MAX.
That's the same kind of aircraft that crashed back in October in Indonesia.
157 people, including passengers and crew members on board, all dead.
The first thing you get to see at the site is a very big hole. And then to only imagine this is the place that they were last alive.
We learned that there were no survivors on the plane. And then our objective was to go and bring my daughter's body home.
Now you're in close proximity, you're able to see the fine details, you're able to maybe think these are personal effects belongs to Carol, my sister, or my mom, or this bone, whose bone is this?
And they told us that there was no part of a human that was bigger than a femur that was left.
That whole experience is just a jumble of images and painful thoughts and blankness, really, to me. I can't really make sense of it.
The crash of Ethiopian Flight 302 in 2019 was the second time in 5 months that a Boeing 737 MAX had gone down. As families gathered at the crash site, across the world, reporters at the New York Times were investigating what had been going wrong with Boeing's new commercial jet.
Statistically speaking, the likelihood that these 2 accidents were not in some way connected was extremely low. And it suggested that there was something going on with the plane, and obviously we were determined to find out.
It was clear from the get-go that Boeing was in full crisis mode.
As the facts from the accident become available and we understand the necessary next steps, we're taking action to fully reassure airlines and their passengers of the safety of the 737 MAX.
This was going to be an existential crisis for the company if these 2 events were related.
China grounds the plane first. Other international regulators ground the plane. Then the European Union grounds the plane.
But in the U.S., the FAA says it's not grounding the plane.
Boeing and the FAA all were saying that they were sort of waiting for the facts before they rushed to judgment and grounded such an important new plane.
But for months, the Times was reporting there was something wrong with the 737 MAX itself. The software system that pilots had not known existed.
The Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS. The function of this previously undisclosed system was to save the plane when it believed that the plane might go into a stall and fall out of the sky. And so this system was designed then to sort of take over the stabilizer and push that nose back down in case the pilot gets in trouble.
Then, a major setback for the company. Radar showed the 2 planes' flight patterns were eerily similar.
Days after the rest of the world had reached the same conclusion, they finally grounded the plane.
For the New York Times reporters, all the signs pointed to MCAS.
We knew that MCAS was the beginning. We knew that we needed to start with this system.
This was a really problematic software system in the way it was designed.
Okay, well, then how the hell did it end up in the plane this way?
Boeing declined to be interviewed for this film. In a statement, the company said safety is its top priority, and it has worked closely with regulators, investigators, and stakeholders to implement changes that ensure accidents like these never happen again.
This story really begins in 2011.
The 2011 Paris Air Show officially opened Monday.
Boeing and Airbus had been going head-to-head for at least a decade. But Airbus had been quickly catching up and really nipping at Boeing's heels.
It's the best air show ever for Airbus in terms of aircraft numbers sold.
In 2010, Airbus introduced the A320neo, a more fuel-efficient version of its stalwart A320.
The A320 is the direct competitor to the Boeing 737. Airlines wanted an airplane that was more fuel efficient than the airplanes then in service. Airbus chose to re-engine the A320 into what they called the Neo, the new engine option.
It's a record 200 orders for its A320neo.
It was one of the fastest selling programs of aviation history.
And it placed enormous pressure on Boeing to respond. Boeing, frankly, was caught flat-footed. Within a couple of weeks, Airbus and American Airlines have the preliminary workings of what would become the first deal for American to buy Airbus planes in more than a decade. Gerard Arpey, the CEO of American Airlines, calls Jim McNerney, the CEO of Boeing. So it's a courtesy call at this point, just letting their longtime supplier of airplanes know they're going to go with the competition.
And that is essentially a dagger in the heart of Boeing.
And within 48 hours, Boeing had decided to pull the trigger on launching the re-engined 737, which later became branded as the MAX.
From the very beginning, from its birth, it was marked by competitive pressure.
Within days of the second 737 MAX crash, another investigation was underway in Washington, D.C.
We started getting information in from whistleblowers, from people, both current and former FAA and Boeing employees.
Doug Pasternak was leading a congressional investigation. This is his first interview about what he found.
As soon as the second accident occurred, we started our investigation, and our focus was on the design, development, and certification of the MAX. We got hundreds of thousands of pages of documents from Boeing. One of the things that really struck me from speaking to a lot of Boeing employees was that they were so excited to go to work at Boeing. Boeing is a tremendous engineering company and a technical marvel, but almost without failure, they point to a degradation of that mindset, and that safety suffered as a result. Looking backwards, I think you can clearly see the trajectory to tragedy along the way at Boeing.
Boeing publicly said the MAX went through a deliberate 6-year development process. But in their first stories, the New York Times reporters found insiders who said that Boeing executives had been putting the pressure on to design the new 737 quickly and cheaply.
One specific engineer we spoke to was Rick Ludke. He helped design the cockpit in the MAX, and he talked a lot about how there was an obsession in limiting changes.
This program was a much more intense pressure cooker than I'd ever been in. The company was trying to avoid costs, minimum change to simplify the training differences, and to get it done quickly.
That put what had happened in the context of this broader corporate narrative.
Yeah.
Speed was what they seemed to desire. There was a lot of decision-making that was somewhat arbitrary and didn't involve as much of what engineering considers healthy debate. The challenge to the Boeing designers was that any designs we create would not drive any new training that required a simulator.
In his recorded interview with The Times, Ludke said Boeing management was so determined to avoid the expense of new training, they made a bold promise.
Sales had made a commitment with Southwest that for any airplane they delivered that had a new Level D differences training, Boeing would pay the company $1 million per every airplane delivered.
If the MAX required simulator training, it would rebate Southwest $1 million per plane. And there's that incentive. That's why it was so important to Boeing that pilot training be kept to a minimum.
All of this comes out of trying to give airlines the most fuel-efficient version of a plane that they can spend as little money training their pilots on.
That meant Boeing had to do a number of things to make this plane fly like the old one. And that was because the MAX had much bigger engines on it to make them more fuel efficient.
But because the 737 was a 50-year-old airplane at this time, practically, when it came time for Boeing to put those engines on the wings, the engines were so darn big, they had to mount them further forward on the wings.
They were testing in this wind tunnel, and they were discovering the plane was handling just a little bit differently. But they didn't even have a plane built yet, so this wasn't, happening in real flight. This is something you have to fix. And they leaned on a system that they had used once before in a military tanker. It was designed as a system on the plane to really just smooth out the way the plane handled.
It was MCAS.
It was designed for these extremely unusual maneuvers, situations that hopefully the plane would never get in. And to prevent the nose from getting too high, the system would move the stabilizer on the back of the plane to push the nose back down.
But inside Boeing, there were early signs of trouble.
One of the first documents we found was from November of 2012. A Boeing test pilot was flying the MAX in a flight simulator and trying to respond to an activation of MCAS. And that resulted in what he described as a catastrophic event. It showed that if that had been in real life, he could have lost the airplane. They realized from that moment on, even a Boeing test pilot may have trouble responding to MCAS.
The company kept quiet about the simulator experience and appeared to have discounted the test results. Still, in the following months, some Boeing employees suggested simply removing all references to MCAS from training manuals.
Boeing, from almost the very beginning, realized the significance of MCAS and the significance MCAS would have on pilot simulator training. If we emphasize MCAS as a new function, there may be a greater certification and training impact. Recommended action: investigate deletion of MCAS nomenclature. What that meant was that if they said MCAS was a new function, the FAA was going to scrutinize it a lot more.
Boeing told Congress it kept the FAA informed about MCAS's development and final configuration. But Boeing has a complex and close relationship with the agency that oversees it.
The airplanes are part of the story, but so are the regulators. The FAA regulated Boeing in part with a handful of Boeing employees whose paychecks came from Boeing, but whose jobs were to represent the interests of the FAA.
It's a decades-old arrangement known as delegation that allows federal agencies to give oversight powers to the companies they regulate.
In the beginning, there was a really good reason for this. The FAA was certifying things that made no sense to have them certify every single exit sign or bathroom sign or paint. The issue that many of the FAA employees that we talked to had was that it went way beyond bathroom signs. Over time, Congress passed laws that pushed the FAA to hand over the responsibility for more and more tasks to the company, to Boeing.
With this level of delegation between the company and the FAA, it became hard to understand who was working for who.
In the design of the 737 MAX, many things would be delegated to Boeing. That included MCAS.
Under the impression that this was a relatively benign system, the FAA agreed to delegate it, as is the custom with the FAA and Boeing. And that's what happened in this case. It handed it over.
In a statement, the FAA blamed ineffective coordination and said it had not focused on MCAS when it certified the MAX because Boeing had not identified MCAS as significant. Under orders from Congress, the FAA has since made changes to the delegation process. After years of going through design and development, the 737 MAX prototype was rolled out of Boeing's Renton factory for its maiden flight.
Ed Wilson is in the cockpit. He's the new chief pilot, and he takes off.
And let's just take a listen as this airplane gets ready for its very first takeoff.
A short time after this first maiden flight, Ed Wilson, he and his co-pilot start to realize that the 737 MAX is not handling as smoothly as it should in certain low-speed situations. It's shortly after takeoff. You know, it's still kind of climbing to ascend. It's not going full speed.
Boeing engineers had an idea for how to deal with this.
They know about MCAS, and they know that MCAS was actually used for a similar situation in these high-speed maneuvers. And so, theoretically, MCAS could also be used in these other situations to also smooth out the handling. Crucially, it's already been created, it's already been approved, and it's something that we could just apply, to a different phase of flight. It's actually a pretty easy fix. This ends up being an extremely fateful decision. They enable the stabilizer to move much more, actually 4 times as much. Now the system's designed for low-speed situations like just after takeoff. And after takeoff is when the plane is still only a few thousand feet over the ground. That means you have much less room for error. It's happening in automated fashion and a repeated fashion. This fundamentally changes MCAS. It makes it much more aggressive, much more risky. It's a far more dangerous system.
Boeing was doubling down on the system, expanding it, despite the earlier catastrophic result in a simulator test. The Times reporting on MCAS focused on a former Boeing pilot.
I started to hear about a pilot at Boeing whose name was Mark Faulkner, the chief technical pilot for the 737.
He was this key liaison between the company and the FAA.
He was the person who personally emailed the FAA asking for MCAS to be removed from the pilot manual. That was an important piece of this because we understood that the FAA really didn't know that MCAS became more powerful.
He was speaking absolutely on behalf of the company. This was not some low-level employee. And he was asking for something that was really quite substantial, that a new piece of software that made the plane behave in ways that it previously hadn't be concealed from the pilots. This is where the commercial pressures from the executive level come right down to the development of the airplane.
Mark Faulkner certainly was not a lone actor in what he did. He was following through on a policy by Boeing to ensure that the program did not have to put pilots in a flight simulator.
It got to the point where Mark Faulkner got an award for keeping training on the 737 MAX to a minimum.
Nearly 8 months after requesting that MCAS be removed from pilot training manuals, Faulkner texted a colleague with a shocking realization.
This appears to be the moment where Mark Faulkner learns that MCAS has been expanded. He writes in that message, "I basically lied to the regulators unknowingly."
But he never went back and corrected the record. He never went back and fixed the error.
Mark Faulkner wouldn't speak to us. He was indicted for lying to FAA investigators about MCAS, but later found not guilty of all charges in federal court. His lawyer told the Times reporters that his communications with the FAA were honest and that he would never jeopardize the safety of other pilots or their passengers. When Boeing engineers expanded the MCAS system, they included a feature that would make it particularly dangerous.
Planes have millions of parts in them, and there's one little one on the 737 that sticks out of the fuselage.
See that little black circle there? That is called
the angle of attack sensor.
On the 737 MAX, it had the power to trigger MCAS.
It's the AOA sensor that is one of the crucial parameters to the computer to tell the plane that it's in a perilous condition.
The angle of attack sensor would activate MCAS by telling the system that the plane's nose was too high, and then MCAS would try to push the nose down.
But if this sensor is broken for whatever reason, MCAS never realizes, and so it keeps pushing the nose of the plane down over and over again.
Congressional investigators would later find documents showing that Boeing engineers had raised this very concern.
An engineer asked, what if we have a faulty AOA sensor? Because AOA sensors are known to be faulty. You know, what happens to the airplane? So you have those concerns raised, and the responses, again, from Boeing engineers was to essentially dismiss those.
Boeing began delivering the new 737 MAX in mid-2017.
At the outset, 737 MAX was arguably one of Boeing's biggest successes. It had become its best-selling jet ever.
Advanced sales were estimated at $370 billion. American had orders for 100, Southwest Airlines for 200. Boeing had focused especially hard on selling to developing markets in Asia, where Lion Air's parent company became the first customer to fly the 737 MAX, signing an agreement worth more than $20 billion.
Airlines loved it. There was a years-long waiting list to get one.
But Boeing's signature new jet had a fatal flaw.
Breaking news, the search for wreckage is underway after a passenger jet with 189 people on board crashed.
A Lion Air Boeing 737.
A nearly brand new Boeing 737.
Investigators from the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board contributed to an analysis of what led to the Lion Air crash.
Leading up to the Lion Air accident, the angle of attack probe itself was miscalibrated. The maintenance crew was not able to properly identify this miscalibration.
An angle of attack sensor sent bad data to MCAS.
The plane thought it was in a stall because of bad information.
And as a consequence of this angle of attack data error, the MCAS activated when it really shouldn't have.
5 months later, almost the exact same thing happens halfway across the world.
New 737 MAX 8 jetliner crashed today. Investigators say that flight had similar problems to the Lion Air crash.
Once again, the angle of attack sensor is malfunctioning.
But there is this question now about systems within the aircraft.
If MCAS hadn't been on those planes wouldn't have crashed. It's that simple.
The world mourns 157 people killed in the Sunday crash.
On the flight of 737 MAX crash, we lost 5 of our family members. We had our mom, Ann Karanja, our dear sister, Caroline Karanja, her 3 kids, Ryan Joroge, Kelly Wanjiku, and Ruby Wangoi. Not like there is a manual of how you need to react. You're just there. It's like motionless. You just feel infuriated by anyone and everyone at that point. I remember the Boeing company blaming what they call the foreign pilots and deflecting blame to them, saying they are the cause.
All of us at Boeing are deeply sorry for the loss of life in the Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 and Lion Air Flight 610 accidents.
Boeing CEO Dennis Muhlenberg latched onto findings that inexperience and lack of training were part of a chain of events that led to the crashes. It was a controversial position.
Understand that these airplanes are flown in the hands of pilots, and in some cases our system safety analysis includes not only the engineering design, but also the actions that pilots would take as part of a failure scenario. Right?
Boeing's contention from the beginning was that even though the pilots did not know that MCAS existed, that they did not need to know that.
And in some cases, those procedures were not completely followed. So,
Boeing believed that the pilots should have been able to realize that it was very similar to a runaway stabilizer situation.
Runaway stabilizer is an aviation term for a malfunctioning stabilizer. After the Lion Air crash, Boeing had issued a directive to pilots to be aware of this possibility and told them what to do if it happened.
When that part of the tail was not acting the way that it should be, you take manual control of it.
The pilots could have stopped their roller coaster ride by turning these 2 switches off.
To shut off power to the stabilizer, you stop it from moving on its own. And then you start cranking a wheel in the cockpit that literally will manually move the stabilizer back to where you want it to move.
The issue was, were there things happening inside the cockpit that might have made that harder to do? That's what we were asking.
When we finally got the preliminary black box data from the Ethiopian crash, we called up Dennis Tazier, an American Airlines 737 pilot, and sent him the data, and we read through it together.
My mission was to provide them, I'm in the cockpit, I see what's happening now. So we walked through each line, and I had no idea what was in it. I knew that the crew had an experienced captain and a lesser experienced first officer.
We go second by second through the few minutes of this flight.
Going through the steps that the pilots had taken and saying, yep, I would have done that. Yep, I would have done that.
And as soon as they lifted off the ground, all these different alerts started popping up. The airspeed was unreliable, the altitude was showing unreliable, there were alerts related to that. But they bring the gear up and they continue to climb out.
2 minutes into the flight, based on faulty data from the AOA sensor, MCAS kicked in and began pushing the nose down.
And I have very clear memory of noting a time mark where the first officer is quoted as saying, "Stab, trim, cutout switches," which takes the weapon away from MCAS, which is what Boeing told us to do. And I have to confess, I probably swore. I said, the kid got it right. That kid got it right.
What had happened was the pilots did do what they were supposed to do. They had cut the electricity off.
Don't think.
They hit these switches, and they tried to take manual control.
The first officer is reaching to this large wheel on his left, and that's the manual trim wheel, and trying to turn it. It's like lifting up a 10-ton bucket of cement out of a deep well.
Problem was, at that point, the plane was going so fast that even after they took manual control, they could not physically get the plane to right itself. They shouldn't have been going that fast.
Too low, terrain.
And they're continuing to accelerate towards the ground. The ground is approaching them.
Then, with no apparent recourse, the pilots reached for the stabilizer switches.
I'm yelling into the cockpit. Don't do that. But I don't know what they're facing.
Caution, terrain.
MCAS was reactivated.
MCAS says, hey, I'm back on. Here we go. Zzz. And now the airplane is in near full nose down trim, and you can pull back forever. And there's not enough metal in the back of the airplane to make that airplane come up to a nose up.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
She died when she was 24. It's unbearable that she's not with us. And the only thing I can do is try to prevent this for other people.
About 4 months after the Ethiopian Airlines crash, the family of Samia Stumo was about to receive news they would find bewildering.
We were eating dinner, and I hadn't looked at my phone for a long time, and it was blowing up.
The Federal Aviation Administration now in the hot seat in Washington over its certification of Boeing 737 MAX planes.
We are joined today by Ali Barami, the Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety.
We continue to evaluate Boeing's software modification to the MCAS. In addition,
FAA official Ali Barami had been called before Congress, where he was questioned about revelations the FAA had known there was a risk of another MAX crashing after Lion Air.
If the agency's own analysis found MCAS to be an unacceptable risk, why did the FAA not take immediate action to address those risks?
The families hadn't known that before. They didn't know that the safety agency gambled with passenger lives.
we knew that eventual solution would be to have the modification. And based on our risk assessment, we felt that we had sufficient time to be able to do the modification, and get the final fix.
After the Lion Air crash, the FAA had conducted an analysis of the likelihood of another 737 MAX crashing. The worst-case scenario was grim.
They looked at the probability that there could be another crash of a 737 MAX if the FAA didn't do anything to MCAS and just let the plane keep flying. And what that assessment showed was that FAA predicted there could potentially be 15 more fatal accidents of 737 MAX aircraft over the lifespan of the fleet, about one crash every other year.
But in explaining its decision not to ground the plane, the FAA said in its statement that the actual risk at the time, considering the number of planes in the air, was as close to zero as their calculations allowed. The agency had given Boeing 150 days to fix MCAS and issued official directives to pilots.
They were gambling. They were betting against time that they would have a fix to MCAS before the next crash happened. And unfortunately, they lost that bet.
Not everyone within the FAA agreed with the agency's gamble.
People
too quickly jumped to that conclusion that the pilot should have been able to figure out what's going wrong and be able to intervene properly.
FAA engineer Joe Jacobson examined the data from the Lion Air crash and quickly raised concerns about the safety of the MAX. This is his first on-camera interview.
I was pointing out a design flaw. It's purposely designed and certified to use only one AOA input to drive MCAS to move the horizontal stabilizer at a high rate. Talked to 3 managers, said this is a design flaw. They were skeptical, not really buying in, saying, the pilot should have been able to intervene. It's a failure. Our job is aviation safety, and when airplanes go down, we feel a real personal sense of loss and remorse and failure, and it affects a lot of people.
In the fall of 2019, with the MAX having been grounded for 7 months, congressional investigators released internal communications they found during their investigation.
Test pilots working for Boeing write about problems with the MCAS system 2 years before the first fatal crash.
It was further evidence of the company's attempt to avoid pilot training for the MAX.
Did that ever cross their minds that they were going to let something go into the air that could potentially kill people?
Boeing CEO Dennis Muhlenberg appeared before Congress.
Boeing's CEO is expected to acknowledge that his company made mistakes in the...
And here's the first time this guy's in the hot seat.
We appreciate the opportunity.
By then, he'd become the face of the 737 MAX crisis.
I've been on this committee a long time. We have never undertaken an investigation of this magnitude.
We intentionally put the families close to the witness. They're the victims here, and it should be like, a trial in court where you get to face the person who committed a violent act against you.
The committee confronted Muhlenberg with an array of internal Boeing documents.
The next slide. This shows that Boeing became aware that the disagree wasn't
from this that Boeing understood how important
the
crew
pilots didn't know about this is unacceptable.
Boeing's marketing representatives emphasized to potential customers that FAA had reduced the length of pilot training that...
Low reaction time scenario, 10 seconds, found the failure to be catastrophic.
For those families, the pain of this was accentuated because this evidence that was going up on the screen was information that they felt that Mr. Muhlenberg could have used to inform his decision about keeping the plane in the air or not.
We do know that Boeing engineers actually proposed placing a MCAS annunciator in the cockpit. Are we vulnerable to a single AOA sensor failure now? MCAS, as you emphasize, flight control will now compare inputs from both AOA sensors. And I guess the question is, why wasn't it that way from day one?
Mr. Chairman, we've asked ourselves that same question over and over. And if back then we knew everything that we know now, we would have made a different decision.
Nadia Milleron, she was radiating with anger over this.
It's come to the point where you're not the person anymore to solve the situation. I want to say it to you directly because I don't think you understand what we're saying.
She was right in front of him. And here you have the CEO of what is one of the most important American companies, one of the most important companies in the world.
In the end, it's about safety. And
even if you're not capable of doing that.
Looking in the eyes of the mother of a young woman who died on his airplane.
I know that she wasn't afraid of flying at all until the last 6 minutes of her life. That's just a horrible betrayal that Boeing and the FAA caused for this person in the last moments of their life. And it kills me that that trust was betrayed.
Boeing's really kind of stuck in a hard spot here.
Dennis Muhlenberg was blasted on Capitol Hill.
2 months later, with the company's stock plummeting,
Boeing's stock has been dropping all day.
But it's down 22% since the 737 MAX jet was first grounded back.
and the MAX still grounded, Dennis Muhlenberg was out. In March of 2021, families gathered in Washington, D.C. for the second anniversary of the crash of Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. Boeing had recently settled a criminal charge of conspiracy to defraud the United States, brought by the Department of Justice.
We have some breaking news on Boeing, Phil LeBeau's.
In the settlement, Boeing admitted to misleading statements, half-truths, and omissions about MCAS. It agreed to pay $2.5 billion, $500 million to the families of the victims, and most of the rest to compensate the airlines. After 20 months of being grounded, the 737 MAX was approved by the FAA to fly again.
Let's get down. Trouble, we're declaring emergency. We're descending down to 10,000. We have 177 passengers.
A 737 MAX, flown by Alaska Airlines, had taken off from Portland, Oregon about 7 minutes earlier.
At an altitude of 16,000 feet, there's a very loud bang. A piece of the plane's body is blown out at row 26.
I opened my eyes to a giant hole in the plane, and I could see the city lights.
There's a deafening wind howling through the plane. The cockpit door flies open. One of the pilots loses her headset. Another pilot almost loses his after his head slams into a display. There's just chaos.
The boy's shirt was sucked off him and out of the plane, and his mother was holding on to him.
I saw half of his body was getting sucked out, and then I was like, oh my God.
And I look over and there's a hole on the side of the plane. And in that moment, I'm just like, oh God, I'm gonna die.
Yes, we are emergency. We are depressurized. We do need to return back to, we have 177.
The plane was able to make an emergency landing back in Portland. But the incident resurrected concerns about Boeing and the MAX.
We were very fortunate we didn't have a third crash on January 5th.
We need everyone to remain seated with their seatbelt fastened right now.
Joe Jacobson has continued to monitor the MAX since retiring from the FAA in 2021.
Alaska 1282 could have very easily been a fatal crash. Higher altitudes, some passengers may have lost consciousness. Pilots could have lost consciousness.
This time, the FAA immediately grounded similar MAX 9s so that each plane could be inspected.
Hundreds of flights are canceled across the U.S. Boeing 737 MAX 9
out of service,
now
forcing
grounded around the world.
I honestly wasn't surprised when I saw the news. It had direct echoes of everything we had been reporting on years ago as we tried to unpack what happened during the MAX crisis.
At the New York Times, a new team was picking up the reporting on the MAX and what it meant for Boeing.
The real bombshell moment comes in early February when the National Transportation Safety Board releases its preliminary report on the incident. What the NTSB's report makes clear is this was a problem on Boeing's factory floor. This was Boeing's problem.
The NTSB focused on a piece of the plane that replaced an unused emergency exit called a door plug. Boeing workers had failed to install 4 bolts that secured it to the plane. The company later said it had no documentation of the work.
Where was the oversight? Where was the redundant checks for someone to come back to make sure that the most critical pieces to it were there?
Nothing in plane design or plane production is done without several layers of redundancy, without frequent inspections, without frequent checks. And the idea that something as important as a part of the plane's body could leave the factory without the bolts needed to hold it in place is shocking.
This was supposed to be one of the most highly scrutinized planes in the world, and here you are with another incident that was risking passengers' lives.
Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun was quick to own the failure in a series of appearances.
We're going to approach this, number one, acknowledging our mistake.
I want everybody on every airplane to know that Boeing owns it.
Boeing is accountable for what happened. An event like this simply must not happen.
We own it. There's no other answer I can give you.
The door plug was a production failure. MCAS was a design flaw. But both raised questions about Boeing's safety culture and the FAA's oversight.
The shocking thing about the MAX is the sheer number of problems, design problems, manufacturing problems.
Joe Jacobson is now working with families of the victims of the 737 MAX 8 crashes to bring other safety concerns to the FAA.
And this is after, the supposedly most comprehensive recertification in the history of aviation.
I think what's most scary is that you have both kinds of accidents happening at the same company. That, to me, reveals a culture inside the company. I mean, I know we keep coming back to this word culture, but it's right at the root of what happened in both sets of accidents.
In a statement, Boeing said it is dedicated to transparency, and it is implementing a comprehensive plan to strengthen safety and quality. Less than 7 weeks after the Alaska Air incident, the executive running the MAX program was out. In early March, the FAA said it had found multiple quality control issues with the MAX. The agency also released a report that found Boeing's safety culture has been inadequate and confusing. And now the Justice Department is investigating the company.
Cultural change doesn't happen overnight, especially at big corporations like this. And it doesn't happen just because you got slapped with a fine. It's the product of millions of decisions, whatever it might mean in terms of lost profits that impact the share price in the short term. But if Boeing wants to get back to that place of grandeur where it was for so long one of the most important American companies, it's gonna take not 4 years, but it might take 14.
More than 170 MAX 9s were grounded by the FAA after the Alaska Airlines incident. Nearly all are now back in service.
For more on this and other Frontline programs, visit our website at pbs.org/frontline. Frontline's Boeing's Fatal Flaw is available on Amazon Prime Video. Last week, the government presented its final report on the Buffalo crash of Continental 3407, the deadliest U.S. air accident in 8 years.
It is the watershed accident. It's become the symbol of everything that's wrong with the industry.
The investigation focused on a major transformation in the airline industry.
Today's regional airlines are really the backbone of the domestic network system.
Tonight on Frontline, correspondent Miles O'Brien journeys into the world of the regional airlines.
The major airlines created the regional industry as a way of lowering cost.
Investigating the financial pressures.
If we didn't move those airplanes, they didn't make any money.
Examining the experience of the pilots.
Boy, in 9 months you were a captain?
Yeah.
That's quick.
Almost scary, isn't it?
And asking what government regulators knew.
It was horrifying. I think anyone who read that file would have had the same questions that I had.
Tonight, Frontline investigates how corners were cut on safety.
I knew that this company
not playing by the rules, and something bad is going to happen.
And the risks of flying cheap.
Colgan 3407, turn left heading 310.
Left heading 310, Colgan 3407.
FedEx 1378 Heavies with you past 3000 for 10,000. To 1998, turn right heading 140. Right to 140, 1998. Buffalo, good evening.
It was February 12th, 2009. Inside air traffic control at Buffalo International, everything was running smoothly. Continental Flight 3407 was on final approach from Newark.
Colgan 3407, Buffalo. Delta 1998, turn left heading 360.
Then, at 10:16, controllers suddenly lost contact with the crew.
Delta 1998, look off your right side about 5 miles.
They scrambled to locate the plane.
You still need to talk to somebody at least 5 miles northeast, either state police or sheriff's department. We need to find out if anything is on the ground.
It's just blackened and charred wreckage.
I had the TV on, but all of a sudden a bulletin came on and they said there's a plane crash. All of a sudden they announced it was a commuter flight from Newark, a commercial airline. And I screamed. I just screamed and I looked at my watch and it was past the time she was supposed to land. And my husband sat up in bed and I said, I think Beverly's on that plane.
100 feet away from where the plane went down.
Karen's sister, Beverly Eckert, was an insurance executive. She had lost her husband in the attack on the World Trade Center and had become a leader among the 9/11 families.
All units at the scene of the plane crash and house fire, switch to channel 2. All units to channel 2.
And see when the smoke clears.
We drove out to the crash site. It seemed like it took forever. About that time, the
where the fireman
state trooper or policeman in charge on the scene came on the radio and just said that, this Continental plane had crashed into a house on Long Street, and that at this time it appeared there were no survivors. So at that point, you pretty much, it was real.
Kevin Kewick's girlfriend, Lauren Maurer, was a passenger on Flight 3407.
The phone rings, and it's Kevin. And he just said, Scott, I got bad news. And he just broke it to us. He says, Lauren was on this plane, and it went down, and there are no survivors.
The crash killed 49 on board and 1 on the ground. Over the next several days, investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, scoured the site and briefed family members on their findings.
I could sense in the briefing a certain amount of anger. They were looking at icing, they were looking at a lot of things, but there was like a buzz in the room of all the families. We're all grief-stricken and we're listening, and I got the sense that something wasn't right.
I think we were getting some signs that there was a bigger story here than just, I don't want to say just a crash, but a plane crash. It wasn't a mechanical defect.
As a pilot myself, and having reported on aviation for more than 20 years, I knew that accidents most always involve a chain of events, a series of underlying causes. I also knew that the downing of 3407 would focus attention on a growing sector of the airline industry. It turned out this Continental flight was operated not by Continental itself, but by a smaller carrier called Colgan Air.
She had sent me her itinerary, and you pull it up from orbits, and Continental. Everything on it was Continental, and small print under the flight number was operated by Colgan.
No doubt in our mind that when she's buying this ticket, she's buying a flight on Continental for which she believed she had Continental pilots and Continental safety and Continental service.
Today, we are opening a public hearing concerning the accident that occurred on February 12th, 2009 at Clarence Center, New York.
3 months after the crash, the NTSB held preliminary hearings on its investigation of 3407. At the start, they played a video depicting the last 2 minutes of flight.
Acknowledge today that in our audience,
Sitting there, the very tough part was watching the video, the recreation of the flight. What I realized on that flight is the quiet part of the flight. You're descending, you're approaching. And they're 5 miles out of Buffalo. That's a quiet time. And all of a sudden, that plane, and they showed that pitch and roll. And if you count how many seconds, the absolute terror must have been in those. It was horrible. It was horrible.
During the hearings, the evidence suggested the cause of the crash was not icing, but rather pilot error.
So, in your expert opinion, what did this crew do correctly and what did they do wrong?
Obviously, the initial reaction to the stall warning was incorrect.
do you believe this was a recoverable stall?
My opinion is yes.
Here's what the black boxes told investigators in a nutshell. The airplane was on final approach to Buffalo, the landing gear came down, and it started losing speed very quickly. Very soon, a warning system came on, a wheel shaker, to tell the pilot that the plane was going too slowly to fly. He's supposed to push on that wheel when that happens. Instead, he pulled back. The speed got even slower. And then another system kicked in, a pusher, which the plane tries to push the nose over itself to gain airspeed. Instead, the captain pulled back. And then the first officer put the flaps up, and that made matters worse. The plane stalled, spun, and crashed into the ground. The NTSB investigated the professional backgrounds of the pilots. The captain, Marvin Renslow, was 47. He was hired by Colgan in 2005 with only 618 hours of flying time, less than half the time required by most major airlines. The NTSB found that Captain Renslow had failed 5 performance tests or check rides, some of which Colgan had failed to discover. The first officer, Rebecca Shaw, 24, joined Colgan in January 2008. She made less than $16,000 in her first year at Colgan and spent the night before the crash commuting from her home in Seattle.
She commuted from Seattle to Memphis, stayed in a crew lounge in Memphis from midnight to 4 a.m., commuted from Memphis to Newark from 4 to 6:30, and then hung out in the crew lounge in Newark until her 1:30 showtime.
The transcripts of the cockpit voice recorder provided clues about other problems. The first officer seemed under the weather and concerned about the cost of calling in sick. "If I call in sick," she said, "now I've got to put myself in a hotel." And both pilots appeared tired. The transcript notes sounds similar to yawns.
We are going to find out what happened here.
The investigation threw a spotlight onto the operations of Colgan and raised questions about pilot qualifications, training, and pay. The story that emerged shocked family members and even industry insiders.
Will prevent it from happening.
There's some accidents that really make you step back and take a look at what's happening in the system. 3407 forces us to look at issues like commuting, fatigue. It forces us to look at training. It forces us to look at fundamental regulatory relationships. Absolutely, it's a very important event.
It's become the symbol of everything that's wrong with the industry.
The term watershed comes out frequently. Is this a watershed accident?
I think it is. I think it is. Certainly for this decade, it is the watershed accident.
The story of Flight 3407 really begins in Manassas, Virginia, at a regional airport about 30 miles west of Washington, D.C., where I found the roots of Colgan Air. The company's rapid rise as a regional carrier is a story of how the airline industry has changed over the past 30 years. Colgan got its start here in 1965. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Welcome
Good to see you.
Dulles Aviation, Manassas, Virginia.
The Colgan family operated a fixed base operation in Manassas, Virginia. And out of that grew an air taxi operation, where it is that Colgan would contract with X company to fly from A to B.
Charter kind of thing.
Charter kind of thing.
Chuck Colgan is a former Air Force pilot who built his charter company by first flying IBM executives between Washington and the company's main plant in Poughkeepsie. Then Colgan got a big break when in the late 70s, the government deregulated the airline industry. Deregulation brought increased competition and lower airfares. It also brought a new operating model called the hub and spoke. The major airlines created central hubs in big cities and turned to small regionals or commuters to feed their network.
So they created these mechanisms where, okay, we'll buy, 50-seat airplanes for you. You'll set up or expand an existing company, and we'll make it look like that it's actually our airline. You buy the ticket from us, but you're really flying on this other carrier.
The new model of contract flying was called a code share. The regional airline carried the same ticketing code and colors as the major. And under most contracts, the regionals were paid a set profit on each flight they completed, regardless of how many passengers they carried.
So there's a margin there of profit. But if you can hold down pilot costs, if you can hold down flight attendant costs, maintenance costs, those carriers make even more money.
The new business model got a big boost in the 90s with the introduction of smaller jet aircraft that allowed the regionals to carry more passengers to farther destinations. And that was good for consumers, who benefit from what the industry's chief spokesman calls seamless travel.
The real secret and why people haven't realized that there has been this transition is that the passenger buys one ticket, doesn't have to check his bag on 2 or 3 different airlines, puts it through, gets on an aircraft that is modern, looks the exact same way, the seat magazine that says Continental, so that is a seamless experience for the traveling public.
How are you doing today, little bit?
The new code share contracts were part of a seismic shift in the competitive structure of the industry that took hold in the late 90s. Discount carriers like Southwest were grabbing more and more market share, putting increasing price pressure on the major airlines, forcing many into bankruptcy.
The low-cost carriers were in full wing at this point, growing aggressively. That clearly, helped to compress fares. And I think probably the most important thing, fares were now available on the internet. Now I could go on the internet and shop for the lowest fare.
The chase for cheaper airfares put tremendous pressure on mainline carriers like Continental Airlines. Gordon Bethune had brought Continental back from the brink of bankruptcy in the mid-90s.
Winning is defined in our business as beating your competition, just like a horse race. You don't have to be the fastest horse on the planet, just beat these other horses. That's what makes this business exciting. While you and I are having this conversation, let's say we're in the airline business, our competitors would be screwing us. They would be changing a flight of one of 1,800 at a time of day or a fare or something. Never stops. Never stops.
Like other major airlines through the 80s and 90s, Continental had built up its own regional airline, Continental Express. But to stay competitive, Bethune sold off Continental Express and began outsourcing more and more flying to independent airlines.
What was the whole thought process in putting this type of flying onto another company?
It's a different kind of business. It's regional jet flying and small airplanes aren't big airplanes, and the different employees, different labor standards, different wage rates, right?
Still, airplanes, transportation, moving passengers safely. How is the distance traveled and the size of the airplane make it a different business in your perspective?
They're all flying airplanes, but they're not flying the kind of airplanes you are with the same kind of standards that you're flying. And so you let that operate as it's an independent business because other people are in that business, but you can't afford to have a lot of excess costs and still win a contract. So it makes the management be cost effective.
The major airlines created the regional industry as a way of lowering cost. They don't want to pay employees, and I don't care whether it's pilots, flight attendants, mechanics, ground help. They wanted to find a way of getting rid of experience. They wanted to find a way of getting rid of that expensive employee, and let's start this new industry and call it the regional industry.
Today, more than half the commercial flights in the United States are flown by regional airlines.
The industry really restructured itself fundamentally, and there was decisions made about what services should be insourced to the mainline carriers and what were most efficient to be outsourced. And we ended up with a different structured industry than people have probably anywhere else in the world, where these regional carriers are vitally important.
Regional carriers were growing rapidly. By 2005, Colgan had successfully bid and won flying contracts with Continental, U.S. Air, and United Airlines, serving regional markets across the Northeast and throughout Texas. In just 4 years, Colgan had more than doubled in size. It's a lot of growth to manage, though, isn't it?
A lot of growth for Colgan to manage. This has been a lot of growth for the regional sector to manage, from flying a small portion of overall flying to operating 52% of the departures today. You know, this has been a huge transition for the regional sector.
Even before the crash of 3407, there were growing safety concerns about the regional airlines. Since 2002, the last 6 fatal commercial airline accidents in the U.S. have all involved regionals. In 4 of the accidents, the NTSB cited pilot error as a cause. The investigation of 3407 opened a window into the lives of regional pilots, where the work is hard and the days are long, says former Colgan pilot Chris Wyken.
It's challenging. It's very challenging. A lot of short routes, a lot of takeoffs, a lot of landings, and going in and out of bad weather, being down low, especially at Colgan, flying the turboprops. You're not flying above the weather, you're flying in the weather. You know, 8, 9, 10 flights a day, it gets to be a very long day.
While FAA regulations limit pilots to 8 hours of actual flight time a day, pilots may be on duty for up to 16 hours a day. But that doesn't mean a big paycheck.
We are only paid when the door's closed and the engines are running. As soon as we block out of the gate, we close that door. That's when we start. All the time we're walking through airports, eating lunch, reading a book while we wait for airplanes standing at the gate. You know, we're not paid for that time. We may be on duty for 80 hours a week and get paid for 20 of it, if we're lucky.
Pilots are paid hourly, and starting pay for first officers is typically $21 an hour.
My first year I made a little over $22,000 gross.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put into the fact that you have, you know, mortgages and rent for a crash pad, student loan payments, car insurance and whatnot. You know, by the time it all got said and done, we were literally starving at the end of the day.
To make ends meet, many pilots choose to commute, living in less expensive communities, far from the base they fly from. Commuting has always been a part of aviation. But if you're making $16,000 or $18,000 a year and you're commuting, you're sleeping on the Barca lounger in the pilot's lounge. And that's not good, is it?
Let's get the facts out on the table on this, Mile. The average salary for a regional airline captain is $73,000. The average salary for a first officer at a regional airline is about $32,000, $33,000 a year. So
I'm not talking about average. There are some people, as you well know, who make $18,000 to $20,000 a year. You know, we're not talking about average. We're talking about human beings who are flying my grandmother to Buffalo, right? Okay, so there are people there living this life. And it seems as if they're in an untenable position economically.
Absolutely not, because there are many other people who earn less money than that, who work more days in these communities, that can afford it and do it and do it responsibly. I just checked the web this morning. You can get a hotel room at the Newark airport for $50 a night.
$50 a night, if you're making $20,000 a year, that adds up, doesn't it?
Adds up very quickly. If you have a base salary, roughly $1,200 a month is what you take home. $50 a night for a hotel is going to disappear relatively fast.
And, of course, I don't know if you've ever tried to find a hotel at that rate near Newark, but...
It's most likely not going to be in the safest of neighborhoods.
Low pay and high living costs have created an underground housing market in the airline industry. They're called crash pads. Some regional pilots let us inside their crash pads in a northeastern city if we agreed not to reveal their location.
You can picture a 1 and 2 bedroom apartment with 8, 10, 12, 14 guys in it on, roll-out mattresses and sleeping on the floor, sleeping on the couch, sleeping in bunk beds, air mattresses, waiting in line for the shower.
Well, I had a crash pad in Albany, New York. We had 9 people living in a small 2-bedroom apartment. We had guys sleeping on the couch. They rented the couch. Guys that rented a closet, a big walk-in closet. And then you'd have 3 or 4 guys crammed in a little bitty 10 by 10 room. Hardly bigger than jail cells, it seemed like. Sleeping on air mattresses. We couldn't afford to rent our own apartment. We just did not make enough money to be able to pay for that.
The lives of regional pilots may not be glamorous, but they offer young pilots a fast track to the captain's seat. At the major airlines, it takes pilots 5 to 10 years to upgrade from first officer to captain, but not at the regionals.
At Colgan, I upgraded very quickly. Within my first year, I upgraded in about 9 months, if I remember right.
Boy, in 9 months you were a captain?
Yeah.
That's quick.
Almost scary, isn't it?
So that's not a deep reservoir of experience in the cockpits.
Yeah, there's not a very deep well to draw from in terms of experience and knowledge. Absolutely true. One of the first officers that flew with me when I became captain was actually a guy that I was in ground school with in my initial new hire class.
Wow.
So I had 500 and some hours. He had 400 and was soon going to upgrade in that airplane.
A couple of relatively
new guys. Yeah, we were brand new to the airline game. 9 months in. 9 months in.
I don't think passengers know this, do they?
I'm sure they have absolutely no clue. I'm sure they have absolutely no idea.
Just 1 month before the crash of Continental 3407, it was a very experienced crew that brought 150 passengers to safety on the Hudson River.
Sully was exactly what we all want to see in the airline pilot. He's a teacher, he's a proficient pilot, he is a master manager, and he also happened to have a very skilled person sitting in the right seat with him. That mentoring process is where a lot of younger pilots gain experience. That's how they learn. In the regional industry, you don't see that today.
It wasn't like you were seeing Continental check airmen or senior pilots coming around saying, hey, let me sit down with you and talk to you about how to fly in these conditions.
No, because that's Continental, that's their pilots, that's their pilot group, and then we have Colgan. There's a clear distinction and split there.
So as long as you show up when you're supposed to show up for Continental, they didn't get in your business.
Continental, as far as my knowledge, never had any involvement with Colgan. I mean, they signed the contract and said, you will fly these routes. And Colgan was responsible for crew training and everything else.
Continental's relationship with Colgan was primarily business. Colgan was paid for each flight, and their pay depended on completion of the flight.
And they get paid based on completion factor in some contracts. which raises a disturbing question, because if you have a cancellation or you deviate due to weather, are they actually going to get paid for flying? Or are we incentivizing regional carriers to actually complete segments when it may not be safe to do so, when the safest thing may be to cancel that flight or divert to a different airport?
Doesn't that create an incentive which is contrary to safety? In other words, you get your money if you get that plane from Newark to Buffalo.
Safety is the #1 priority, and there is no airline, no matter what the business arrangement, that would ever operate any aircraft at any time and risk the safety of the passengers and crew. So it's totally unrelated to any type of business arrangement.
They said safety was a priority a lot. In my experience, however, on a day-to-day basis, being on time and completing the flight was much more important. Much more important.
What happened if you were tired or sick or both, sick and tired, and you called in and said, I can't do this trip? What happened then?
I was actually one of them that claimed fatigue at one point. I had a number of 16-hour duty days in a row.
Full 16-hour?
Full 16-hour days.
Right.
And I swear to God that this is true. Our vice president of operations got on the phone with me and said, well, you know, you're going to be stuck in Hyannisport. You're going to be stuck in Hyannis for the night if you claim fatigue right now. Wouldn't you like to get home? We can, you know, shorten your duty day for you. Instead of saying you showed up at 5:40 this morning, we can say you showed up at 6, and that'll give you that extra 20 minutes to take that flight back to Albany.
So to be clear, he was offering to falsify the records so that you would appear to have flown a legal FAA-sanctioned day when you didn't, or weren't.
Correct.
The saying around the company was always move the rig. And that just kind of told me that they were willing to kind of push the bounds.
Why were they pushing?
Because if we didn't move those airplanes, they didn't make any money.
Last August, the relationship between the major carriers and their regional partners was explored at a hearing in the U.S. Senate. Several airlines were asked to testify, including Continental and Pinnacle Air, the company that bought Colgan in 2007.
We're going to call this hearing to order. Other
Senators probed the extent to which major carriers like Continental take responsibility for the safety operations of their regional partners.
And I believe, Captain Gunther, you stated that you didn't believe that network carriers should serve as a safety check for the operations and performance of the regional carriers. I think the position is that's the FAA's job.
Chairman, you're correct. Yeah, we firmly believe that the FAA sets the standard industry-wide.
One reason some majors don't want to take responsibility for the safety of their regional partners is because they don't want to assume the legal liability, says plaintiff's lawyer Mary Schiavo. What about liability, though? When you set up a contract like this and something bad happens, like happens in Buffalo, who's liable?
What people think is because, in the case of the Buffalo crash, because Continental's painted on the door of the plane, they think that Continental is responsible. In fact, their contracts with their code share carriers say that the code share carrier, the contracting carrier, the Colgan of the world, is absolutely, completely, and totally responsible for the safety of the operation of that flight. And by the way, if something goes wrong with that flight, Colgan has to indemnify Continental, or in the past,
Indemnify,
US.
defend, protect, save, and hold harmless.
That's right.
That's the term in the U.S. Airways code share agreement with Colgan.
They're pretty much all like that.
So they go off the hook?
Actually, yes, they go off the hook.
This holds up in court?
Yes.
If we had a bipartisan bill that basically said, from a safety standpoint, from a liability of the major carrier, that there would be joint and several liability for any negligence that occurs by the regional, so that they'd both be responsible when it comes to safety purposes, would you folks support that?
Senator, that's beyond my purview, beyond my
get back to me on that? That's a very important question. Mr. Gunther?
Same thing, sir. Senator, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
The committee says it has not heard back from the airlines. We wanted to ask both Continental and Colgan about their contracts and their relationship, but neither would grant an interview. In the case of Continental, the company has made it very clear that they're not involved in how that airline does its business when it comes specifically to the issue of safety. They don't get in their hair. They say it's up to the FAA.
The most important point here about safety in this industry is that there can only be one regulator, because you couldn't have various carriers overseeing with different standards, different rules for any type of aviation, whether it's general aviation, commercial aviation, all flying can only have one regulator, and that's why we have such a safe system that we have today.
Relying on the FAA to ensure that all carriers fly safely has its limits. The FAA has less than 4,000 inspectors responsible for overseeing the safety of about 25,000 commercial flights in the U.S. every day. The crash of 3407 has raised anew questions about how well the FAA is doing its job. Questions that had previously surfaced in the mid-90s with the rapid rise of a low-cost airline called ValueJet. As ValueJet grew, so did its safety troubles, yet the FAA failed to heed warnings about repeated problems. Mary Schiavo was the Inspector General of the Department of Transportation at the time.
Instead of hitting them with violations, they were propping them up. My office said, whoa, wait a minute, this doesn't pass the smell test. When you've got an airline having this many problems, the FAA isn't doing proper oversight.
Hopes are fading now of finding any survivors from the crash of a ValueJet DC-9 that went...
Then, in 1996, ValueJet Flight 592 from Miami caught fire and crashed into the Everglades.
Reportedly, the FAA says there were 109 people on board.
The Secretary of Transportation and the head of the FAA went into protective overdrive. The Secretary of Transportation flew down to Miami and stood in the Everglades, literally on the watery grave of 110 people, and said, ValueJet is a safe airline.
And I want to emphasize that I have flown ValueJet. ValueJet is a safe airline, as is our entire aviation system.
I was very angry because they knew that that airline was troubled. Why? Because I'd been called into the Secretary of Transportation's office. The FAA administrator knew we were down there looking. We had presented some of our findings already.
Were they lying to the public?
I think so.
Why?
Because the FAA protects airlines.
The FAA's response to ValueJet exposed an inherent conflict in the agency's original mandate.
The Federal Aviation Act of 1958 gave the FAA two primary missions. One, safety. Two, promote aviation. In no particular order.
After the ValueJet crash, Congress, under public pressure, removed promotion from the FAA mandate. But a closer look at the legislation tells a different story.
There's a footnote in that legislation before Congress. And the footnote says, although we're changing the terminology from promote to encourage, we do not intend to change the way we do business. This is a change for the public consumption, and we're not changing how we work at the FAA. It was simply a sleight of hand.
Nick Sabatini worked inside the FAA for 30 years and was the head of aviation safety from 2001 through 2008.
I never did see that there was a conflict. I could easily compartmentalize. If I'm encouraging you to do better, I'm not encouraging you to necessarily grow your business in terms of promoting aviation. The promotion was promoting aviation safety as we saw it.
Under Sabatini, the FAA forged a new regulatory approach with the industry called partnership programs. The FAA relied more on the airlines to self-report problems and help identify emerging safety risks.
We need to learn what those unknown risks are out there. Who is best positioned to know what risks they see every day? It's people who are operating the system and have their hands on the system every single day.
But critics say the FAA's collaborative approach went too far. A policy directive in 2003 called the Customer Service Initiative identified the airlines as the FAA's customers and encouraged the industry to challenge the decisions of FAA inspectors.
The problem, though, with the Customer Service Initiative, the way it was pushed, the way it was implemented, the way it was communicated to the workforce, it sent the wrong message. It sent a very bad message to the industry. It sent the message that, look, I can cut a deal. And all you had to do was make a phone call to, somebody that you became friends with over the years and request reconsideration, and it would be taken care of.
Both the FAA and industry say their success working together is borne out by statistics, that flying today is safer than ever. Prior to the crash of 3407, it had been 2.5 years since the last fatal commercial airline accident in the U.S.
In those intervening years, the United States air transportation system transported 2 billion people, maybe a little bit more. That is the equivalent of having transported the population of the United States more than 6 times without putting a scratch on anybody.
But in the airline industry, there's a common expression that the absence of accidents doesn't necessarily mean you're safe.
When people say that, what do they mean?
What you really have to look at are the thousands of things that lead up to the accident in the first place. Human beings will make a lot of little mistakes that serve as a warning before a big mistake occurs and a big consequence. So what it means to really be safe is to be focused on those little warning signs and catching them early. It's only when we miss a bunch of those warning signs that we have a tragedy.
The question in the wake of 3407 is whether the FAA missed warning signs about safety problems at Colgan Air. As early as 1998, Colgan's problems were evident when the company began to grow as a regional airline. Colgan was supposed to upgrade its operations to meet the same level of safety as the major airlines. But in a letter from Colgan to the FAA obtained by Frontline, the company acknowledged it had to make significant improvements in order to meet the more stringent safety standards known as Part 121 regulations. The company committed to making substantial changes in pilot training, record-keeping, management, maintenance, and safety audit systems. The letter was signed by company founder Chuck Colgan. But 7 years later, in 2005, Colgan was still not meeting its regulatory requirements, says Chris Monteleone, who was a lead FAA inspector overseeing Colgan's growing operations.
There were not enough managers. There were not enough check airmen. There were not enough maintenance personnel.
Were they just overwhelmed?
They were acting as if they were overwhelmed. They couldn't control their business, the safety part of their business.
Monteleone says he took his concerns about Colgan to his office manager at the FAA, recommending enforcement actions against the company. But his manager, he says, was getting pushback from company president Mike Colgan.
Mike Colgan would call, or in some cases it got to the point where he wrote about me to the office manager. And the office manager one time told my team, he said, Mike Colgan is a friend of this office. And that was the message. I mean, it was like, well, we already knew it, but he felt the need to reinforce it.
Did you, in the course of that, feel pressure not to stop that growth? In other words,
absolutely.
Were you seen as a roadblock?
Oh, absolutely.
The FAA office manager says he does not recall making those statements. But 3 years later, there were still problems when Colgan got another big contract from Continental. Colgan began flying a new airplane called the Q400, the type of plane that would crash in Buffalo. Did you get the sense that everybody was a bit overwhelmed by this airplane?
Yes, because there was a lot of growth. It was almost the same thing that was faced with the 2005 expansion, with this 2008 expansion of the Qs. There was a lot of growth, a lot of growing pains suffered by the company as well as the crews because it was new to all of us. None of us had ever operated this airplane before.
In February 2008, Colgan began flying passengers on the Q400. But the FAA was soon concerned that Colgan pilots were having trouble flying the airplane. There were reports that pilots were exercising poor judgment. And Colgan was short on check airmen, or supervisory pilots, for its Q400 fleet. So I guess, were you a little surprised when they came to you and said, we want you to fly and supervise this crew?
Very surprised.
Why was that?
Because I'm not type rated in the aircraft. I'm not qualified in the aircraft. I had never flown the aircraft, and I didn't even know what the limitations of the aircraft were, let alone it was very unclear as to exactly what we were supposed to be doing.
So did you have the sense they just wanted a warm body in that seat?
Yes.
There were other warnings about the safety culture at Colgan in 2008. In this NTSB file, we found a case that alarmed the FAA. It involved the actions of a Colgan captain on a flight out of New York City. The first officer on the flight was Ben Coates. It was Coates' job to calculate the weight limit on the flight, and his calculations showed the plane would be too heavy to fly. And you say to the captain, Captain, we're even more of a weight than we thought. What do you say?
Well, he said, well, why don't we just count 3 of those adults as children?
Really?
You know, just mark them down on the sheet as children, and that'll put us underweight. That's what he suggested.
Coates says he refused, and the captain took the weight manifest from him. Only after landing did Coates discover what had happened with the manifest. So when you looked at the paperwork, which had all the information on the weights and balances for the plane, what did you see?
Well, I saw it had been altered. My math had been altered. It had been changed so that our plane would no longer be overweight.
He made the limit higher
Exactly.
so the plane would fit.
Yes.
And what you ended up with was a very heavy aircraft.
Yes, a very hard to fly, hard to climb at least airplane.
Unsafe, illegal airplane.
Yes.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Very dangerous, actually.
Very dangerous.
Coates felt it was so dangerous that he filed a complaint with the FAA. The case landed on the desk of the agency's top regional attorney, Loretta Alcalay.
They were shocking allegations of violations by an airline captain, falsifying a load manifest to indicate that there were fewer passengers than there actually were, and flying over gross. So it was a pretty outrageous case.
Based on its investigation, the FAA revoked the captain's license.
And I think the biggest issue really is, what did Colgan do? I mean, what did Colgan do when we revoked one of their pilots? I mean, that's really the question. What did they do? I mean, you would think that they had done a top-to-bottom review about what was going on.
But what Colgan did surprised Alcalay. The company testified at an appeal hearing in support of the captain. And DeBenis, Director of Operations.
Yes. Well,
testifies that you're a problem, right?
I think he did, yeah.
And the captain?
Model pilot.
Whose model?
I don't know. Not my model. But apparently Colgan's model, according to the Director of Operations. And he said that under oath in an NTSB hearing. Which raises the question in my mind, how come Colgan isn't under investigation? Why do they still have an air carrier certificate? And especially if their Director of Operations is, officially supporting an unsafe captain and not supporting a first officer who's trying to scream safety.
I don't understand why they would come in and support him. I mean, it was breathtaking in its horror at the time. I mean, it was horrifying.
So that, to you, presented a whole host of other questions about this particular airline, Colgan.
I think anyone who read that file would have had the same questions that I had. It just raised red flags as to whether or not there was a corporate culture that needed to be looked at.
Frontline has learned that the safety warnings contained in this case were forwarded to FAA headquarters in Washington. It was just 4 months before the crash of Continental Flight 3407. The Buffalo crash has galvanized efforts to raise safety standards at the regional airlines.
We're here because of the 51 lives that were lost on that
The
track.
families of the victims are lobbying Congress for legislative changes that strengthen pilot qualifications, raise training standards, and improve fatigue policies.
I think the signs were all there in the beginning. I mean, this has all been out there. It just wasn't exposed. And it's a shame that these issues weren't able to be addressed and brought to the forefront until this plane fell out of the sky.
Yeah, well, I'll look at
But the fixes the families are pushing have met resistance. The regional industry has its own views on how much change is needed. The CEO of Pinnacle, the current owner of Colgan, was in Washington at those August Senate hearings.
Mr. Trenery came over to offer his condolences to the families, et cetera, and he came up to me and I said, well, there's nothing going to change what happened. You know, we can't change that. I said, but we do hope to change things moving forward, and we need to get this thing fixed. And he looks at me and he says, we fixed it. Just like that. And it took my breath away. I looked back at him and I said, excuse me. And he says, we agree. It needs to be fixed, and we've fixed it.
As you are aware, on June 15th, we made this call to action to promote a renewed and robust safety discourse within the aviation community.
The new FAA administrator is also optimistic about fixing the problems. The agency is developing new pilot work rules and has launched an industry-wide call to action that encourages all airlines to voluntarily share their best safety practices.
We've done a call to action to promote things people are implementing already. We don't even have the reports out, and they're already implementing some of the best practices that we found in this call to action. So I think it speaks pretty highly that this is an industry. I mean, let's face it, a bad safety record is bad for business too, and it's not without some motivation that you should be safe. But the good news is they are.
It's too early to know what impact these changes will have on safety at regional airlines. But skeptics say they've heard these promises before.
We hear from the FAA one level of safety. We heard from the FAA that they no longer promote the carriers. They throw out terms of art designed to lull the public into the belief that all carriers are equally safe. And that was something that they said again and again and again after the ValueJet crash and other crashes. They say all carriers are equally safe. The public is starting to figure out that's not true.
All groups and all passengers. All groups and all passengers.
Some insiders see the need for a more fundamental solution. The industry's problems will not be solved, they say, until the major airlines take greater responsibility for the safe operations of their regional partners.
It's just not regulation. The industry needs to step forward and look at how this firewall that was developed because of business reasons between the line carriers and the regionals doesn't make a lot of sense. Your experience, folks, not just in the cockpit, but also the training, organizations and the safety experts are up in that other airline, in the big guy. They should be mentoring and bringing along and developing the regional carrier underneath.
One thing that absolutely is their obligation is for them to be doing very, very thorough audits of those operators. They ought to be crawling around these regional operators. They need to have their hands on the operation. They need to have their hands on the training programs. Big brother needs to be looking over little brother. Because again, Continental sold that ticket, not Colgan. People who bought that ticket thought they were flying on Continental, and they thought they were buying Continental safety.
This is not about two pilots. This isn't even about Colgan Air and Continental. This is about an industry. It's just morphed away from where it wanted to be. And it just slid away, and no one was watching and monitoring enough until you have crashes and you have loss of life.
We got lulled into a false sense of security by a statistic that it is the safest period of air travel. We allowed some serious safety gaps to exist, and unfortunately in our case they all came together, and we're feeling a lot of pain and hurt because of that.
Next time on Frontline, more than a decade before the economic meltdown, Washington was warned. Watch Frontline. And something new from Frontline. In the days after Katrina, violent encounters between police and civilians.
People were shot and killed by the New Orleans Police Department.
6 controversial cases.
There's no police report. They said something about a shootout.
The Times-Picayune, ProPublica, Frontline, and you uncover the truth.
There are all these unanswered questions.
An online investigation of law and disorder at pbs.org.
Frontline's Flying Cheap is available on DVD. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS.
Frontline is made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you. With major funding from the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. With additional funding from the Park Foundation.
more than 150 years, oil and gas has played a critical role in our society, improving human lives, raising standards of living, and enabling unprecedented economic growth.
What do you do when your industry can no longer exist without creating catastrophes worldwide?
The impacts of climate change are intensifying.
It's important to understand the past. You can't understand where you are if you don't know how you got there.
In a special 3-part series, the epic story of our failure to tackle climate change.
The whole world is heating up.
And the role of the fossil fuel industry.
The big oil knowingly spreads disinformation.
Now, in the 3rd and final part, big oil pivots to a new energy source.
Renewables weren't quite there yet. Natural gas could provide continuous 24-hour generation.
Doing something for the first time, taking advantage of this new resource, you don't always know what you don't know. And over time, what we learned is very, very scary.
And the challenges that have delayed climate action.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years.
The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas.
Global energy crisis exacerbated by Russia's war.
To release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world.
We all want a clean climate, but what we want more than that is to be able to fill up our cars below $4 a gallon. We're still very much in the fossil fuel age.
We continue to maintain a position that has evolved with science and is today consistent with the science.
We won't solve the climate crisis unless we solve the misinformation crisis.
Hey guys, nice night, huh?
There's this great irony of the Obama administration. He comes in promising to be the climate president. He's going to address these issues. And at the same time, we're in the middle of a recession. And one of the few rays of job growth is in oil and gas.
And nowhere is the promise of innovation greater than in American-made energy.
The country down on its heels, and here comes the oil industry generating lots of oil, generating tax revenue. It was a great story for the oil industry to sell.
Over the last 3 years, we've opened millions of new acres for oil and gas exploration.
The potential for natural gas was huge.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years.
When Obama said we had 100 years of natural gas, we panicked because we knew the climate was changing so fast.
We didn't take the alternative path of drastically increasing investment in renewables.
Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
It should have happened in the Obama years. And we've exacerbated the climate change problem for 10 years when we could have been diminishing it.
The Bible says no man can serve two masters. Well, we kind of had two masters at that point. We were trying to be a climate leader, but we were trying to be an energy superpower. It's impossible, really, to be both.
There are massive fracking booms happening in Texas, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, Ohio. I mean, just look at that. It's much of the middle of this country.
It's led to unprecedented expansion in towns from Cotulla to Beeville
oil
and
fields
Cuero.
fueling a red-hot energy boom in the U.S.
During the early years of the Obama administration, despite widespread concern about climate change, the fossil fuel industry was experiencing an historic boom, with tens of thousands of new wells across the United States. It was driven in large part by a new technology for extracting oil and natural gas. It would be a turning point for the fossil fuel industry and the fight against climate change. Tony and Graphia had helped make it happen.
I certainly didn't grow up questioning fossil fuels. It was just 1950s USA. Everything was automatic and wonderful. We didn't realize it at the time, but fossil fuels were driving what we call Western civilization. And still today, I value what fossil fuels have done for the world.
In the early 1980s, Graphia was part of a team of U.S. government engineers tasked to solve a problem.
U.S. oil and natural gas production had just fallen off, right off the end of the table since the oil embargo.
Hold on! Say it, hold on of gas! What is this? I'm in a line 2 hours here and I can't get gas? This is baloney.
America was becoming increasingly dependent on imported oil and gas from unreliable sources after its own reserves declined.
No gas.
There was a quest to unlock new domestic fossil fuels.
Nobody had thought about spending a lot of money trying to get oil and gas out of shale. Nobody knew how to do it. And most people in the industry, the vast majority of the people in the industry, said it couldn't be done.
Ingraffia's team began devising new ways to extract large deposits of oil and gas trapped in shale rock formations across America. They called it fluid-driven fracture, now known as fracking.
Even in this small piece of Marcellus shale, there is stored methane, which becomes natural gas when it's produced. And if one were to estimate the total amount of methane, thousands of square miles under all these states, it's many, many trillions of cubic feet of natural gas. Energy. How do you get energy out of the earth? It all comes by cracking rock. Oil embargo, energy crisis, crack rock, help.
It would take decades before fracking technology was perfected. The process was complicated and expensive, and the urgency eventually abated. That changed when Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005.
The latest information from the National Hurricane Center puts Katrina on a path headed for New Orleans.
We're expecting winds there up to 145 miles per hour with gusts up to 170.
The storm was part of an emerging trend of extreme weather events. It devastated the Gulf Coast and damaged oil and gas production. Natural gas prices surged, making it more attractive to use new drilling and fracking technologies to get oil and gas from shale formations.
You have this amazing irony of this huge hurricane, this climate event causing natural gas prices to go up.
Do you have a figure or an estimate of how high we might see natural gas prices go?
We've seen prices double over the last couple of years. And then with Hurricane Katrina, prices have doubled yet again.
All of a sudden, these companies are saying, wow, you know, we're getting huge profits. The climate crisis was creating a huge market boom, which was being solved by people going out and drilling more natural gas, which was feeding into the climate crisis. It was a self-contained cycle.
Wall Street took note. Over the next several years, investors would begin pumping billions of dollars into companies with fracking operations. Russell Gold covered the boom for the Wall Street Journal and worked with us on this film.
Most people in the oil and gas industry, most reporters like myself that were covering it, thought that oil and gas in the United States was over. We had found all the good reserves, we had drilled all the big wells, but shale changed all that. It was unexpected, it was dramatic, and it was lubricated by billions and billions of dollars coming out of Wall Street.
Thanks to record-breaking U.S. production, natural gas will continue to be a bargain. At Chesapeake Energy, we explore for American natural gas exclusively.
No one would be more responsible for driving the fracking boom than Aubrey McClendon, CEO of Chesapeake Energy.
Aubrey McClendon was a great visionary. He was a bigger-than-life individual.
If there's one message I'd like to effectively communicate today, it's that America is at the beginning of a great natural gas boom. And this boom can largely
He believed that natural gas was the fuel of the future, and he called it that all the time.
The technological breakthrough that we have developed in finding gas from shales changes everything about what you think about natural gas scarcity in America.
With a growing awareness about fossil fuels' effect on the climate, McClendon believed that natural gas, which releases less CO2 than oil or coal when burned, could be marketed as part of the solution.
He said, well, what do you think? You know, he said, do we need an association or an organization just focused on the gas opportunities out there. So we started the Clean Skies Foundation. It was just doing everything we possibly could to get out the message.
What if America had its own clean energy? Abundant and available for the next century or more, and possibly indefinitely.
The fossil fuel industry tries to make this argument that we can be part of the solution.
A world of good.
We can be a force for good on climate, that we'll go out and we'll drill the natural gas, which is going to help us lower our emissions.
Doing a world of good for our economy, energy security, and our irreplaceable planet Earth.
At the time, most of the country's power was generated by coal. McClendon saw an opportunity to position natural gas as a clean alternative.
He starts courting probably the most prominent environmentalist in the country, Carl Pope, at the Sierra Club.
We were working with Chesapeake to kill coal, and they were providing us with financial support. I think it was quite clear that Chesapeake's objective was to build markets for natural gas at the expense of coal. The concept that we were trying to convey was to say, eventually we have to be off all fossil fuels, but we have to get off coal first, oil second, and gas third.
So we have the opportunity to replace a very dirty fossil fuel coal with a much cleaner fossil fuel natural gas for the next 20 or 30 years, and that's going to make it even cheaper to decarbonize our economy. Now, you're a major environmentalist.
With the Sierra Club behind him, McClendon had laid out a powerful marketing strategy for natural gas, a strategy that would be embraced by ExxonMobil.
X certainly marks the spot. ExxonMobil announcing it is buying XTO Energy, and it's a $41 billion deal, including some debt.
ExxonMobil is making a bet here on natural gas.
In 2010, ExxonMobil purchased fracking company XTO for $41 billion. Overnight, it had become America's largest natural gas producer. But inside the company, some engineers were concerned about the sudden move into fracking.
ExxonMobil felt that they had to get into the shale gas game in order for Wall Street to see them as a growth prospect.
Darlong Chang had joined ExxonMobil after getting his PhD in mechanical engineering. He worked on conventional natural gas projects abroad before becoming part of the company's fracking push in the U.S.
My peers, when they were recruiting me, they told me that ExxonMobil was going to be part of the energy transition over my career. They talked about the excitement of having gas be a bridge fuel to the future of energy.
I think one of the biggest challenges that the world is facing today is to develop all the energy we need in an environmentally friendly way.
The fact that natural gas was much cleaner burning than coal, that it produced half the carbon dioxide emissions of coal, those are very appealing to me.
But Chang knew that the methane in natural gas had the potential to do significant damage if allowed to leak into the atmosphere.
Natural gas is primarily methane, and methane, when it's leaked out into the atmosphere, can have orders of magnitude more global warming impact than carbon dioxide.
Chang worried that the thousands of new, lightly regulated fracking operations in the U.S. could be leaking massive amounts of methane and turbocharge the climate crisis.
Shale gas was like the Wild West. There was already a perception that these smaller operators were not acting responsibly with these shale gas wells. RA felt that having many methane gas wells was a ticking time bomb for methane gas leaks. The more engineering infrastructure, the more wells and the more pipes, the more potential there is for leakage. When they were marketing natural gas as clean energy, they didn't really know what they were talking about because they were fixated on the idea that natural gas, when burned, produces half the carbon dioxide emissions of coal. But without measurement devices to verify that you're not significantly leaking, you can't be sure that your natural gas is actually giving you less of a global warming impact than coal. The industry was not monitoring methane leakage, so they did not have data about how much was leaking. And there wasn't much appetite for management to measure methane leakage because if they found out there was a problem, they would have to do something about it.
At the time, ExxonMobil and others in the industry said they were working to reduce methane emissions, which were already within limits set by the EPA. But on the ground, some in the environmental community were witnessing widespread leaks.
I am hunting for methane that is escaping from oil and gas facilities because that's what I do. I'm a methane hunter.
Sharon Wilson worked at an environmental watchdog group in Texas, documenting methane emissions.
All of these pieces of equipment have got leaks. There's a lot of methane going off the flare. This is just a really, really dirty site. This is an optical gas imaging camera, and it makes the invisible methane and volatile organic compounds from oil and gas facilities, it makes those visible. These emissions, what's coming out of oil and gas sites, the fact that it's invisible has helped them be able to expand and help them maintain that narrative of being clean, and when that is not the case. The tanks are venting.
Wilson traveled the country, gathering evidence of methane leaks at fracking sites, including ExxonMobil wells.
We need to move about where that telephone pole is.
She'd send her findings to regulators and the press.
It's just disbelief that you can show someone video after video, proof after proof after proof, and they still do nothing. I sure can't compete with the oil and gas industry PR budget that they use to pump propaganda at us. That tank is emitting a lot of methane. I'm showing their dirty secrets that can't be seen without this optical gas imaging camera.
ExxonMobil would not grant us any interviews. In a statement, it said it has been an industry leader in the effort to reduce methane emissions and has been advancing technology to detect leaks. As Sharon Wilson was sounding the alarm, a growing number of scientists were waking up to the dangers of methane, including the man who'd helped pioneer the process of fracking.
I became very much more concerned about climate change when I realized what shale gas and oil was going to unleash. That's the right word, unleash. This is trite. Unleash a tsunami of oil and gas. Yes, that's what it did. That's when I started feeling contradictory regret and pride. Pride that we had done good engineering work to help somebody eventually figure out how to do it. Regret that we had helped somebody figure out how to do it. By going to shale, we're going to prolong the fossil fuel industry. And by prolonging the fossil fuel industry, we're going to exacerbate climate change.
By now, Tony Ingraffio was a civil engineering professor at Cornell University and had spent years advising oil and gas companies. In 2011, he and colleagues published a critical report on the climate impact of fracking.
What Bob Howarth and I locked onto was this very crucial point, which is it's not just CO2 that's driving climate change. It's also methane. The paper said the climate impact of shale gas is such that it's worse than coal, worse than oil. And the reaction to the paper was disturbing. I had never been a co-author of a paper that created a political firestorm.
The criticism came from many sides, including the National Academy of Sciences and the leading industry group, America's Natural Gas Alliance. They claimed the report had overestimated the level of methane leaks and overstated methane's impact as a greenhouse gas.
At first we were pilloried, then we were ignored. We had to endure a lot of personal attacks for no good reason. I can understand people saying to me, "You're a traitor. You took their money for 25 years. You did their research, and now you're saying stop." Yeah, okay, I am.
Criticism of the Cornell report also came from another academic institution, MIT's influential Energy Initiative, which had just published its own report promoting natural gas as a bridge to get away from burning coal and a way to reduce CO2 emissions.
Methane emissions are a very important greenhouse gas that needs to be addressed. It's just that methane emissions from the oil and gas industry are actually a minority of methane emissions. There's some very, very tough problems. Agriculture, dairy farms, enormous methane emitters. Fortunately, in contrast to carbon dioxide, methane has a relatively short lifetime in the atmosphere. That doesn't mean one should ignore it. It means that one better eliminate new emissions.
Ernest Moniz led MIT's Future of Natural Gas study, which said the Cornell work was based on unsubstantiated estimates. Moniz would not talk about it in our interview, nor would he answer questions about the funding for the study, other than to say it was transparent.
The point is, we always believe in transparency, and so that's, yeah.
The MIT report's major sponsor was Aubrey McClendon's American Clean Skies Foundation.
We really wanted MIT in particular because they had been the authoritative source testifying before Congress on all these other energy. And we thought we want the gold standard. And we said, we believe this is the next big thing.
Denise Bodie was on the advisory committee for the MIT study.
We made our case that it was a valid emerging issue that they could add credibility to, and then they accepted it.
Bolstered by the MIT study, the industry narrative on natural gas would take hold in Washington.
I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
It became part of President Obama's 2012 State of the Union address, where he unveiled his ambitious new energy policy.
This country needs an all-out, all-of-the-above strategy that develops every available source of American energy.
He would push for investments in renewable energy, but he also doubled down on oil and natural gas.
We have a supply of natural gas that can last America nearly 100 years. And my administration will take every possible action to safely develop this energy.
Natural gas, from an economic perspective, the costs that were passed on consumers in terms of lower energy bills was a net plus. And then we saw that fitting squarely in the climate agenda.
Renewables weren't quite there yet. The nuclear projects were just proving to be too expensive. And natural gas could provide continuous 24-hour generation.
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We became an oil and gas country. It affected our politics, it affected our economy, and it begins to really affect kind of how we look at the world. The United States looks at the world.
The U.S. had become the largest producer of natural gas in the world, helping spark a decline in CO2 emissions, even as studies were piling up showing a dangerous rise in methane emissions.
Doing something for the first time, taking advantage of this new resource, you don't always know what you don't know. And over time, what we learned about methane emissions as it relates to natural gas is very, very scary.
Heather Zeichel would go on to advise the natural gas industry, then lobby for renewables.
I think the Obama administration tried to be very conscious of everything, all the implications of the shale revolution. But at the time, I think early Obama administration years, we didn't have access to the kinds of information that we would have liked to and needed to have had to take the proper regulatory steps to ensure as safe and climate-friendly production as possible.
At MIT, Ernest Moniz says they've also learned a lot since their early research.
Were you aware how large the methane leaks could be or would be when producing natural gas?
No, I think it's come much more into focus recently. We were concerned about leaks, but I think the quantitative scale of the issue has become more clear in recent years with better measurement devices, including atmospheric measurements, which are now becoming much more commonplace.
Moniz would become Energy Secretary in Barack Obama's second term, where he helped advocate for the natural gas boom. But by then, natural gas had lost its support from the Sierra Club and Carl Pope, who had allowed the group to take millions of dollars from Chesapeake Energy.
The natural gas industry, the gas industry, but they've trained me to call it the natural gas industry, nothing natural about it. I didn't understand how strong they were. I thought the big player was oil. I thought gas was kind of a junior cousin. Gas turns out to have an awful lot of political strength. And Americans had been more fully sold on the myth that gas was green.
Firefighters are worried that a deadly Southern California wildfire could continue to spread this afternoon.
9 major wildfires that are burning right now across the state of California.
2012 is shaping up to be one of the worst fire seasons on record.
By the second term of the Obama administration, his administration was starting to get more serious about climate. If sort of it's climate versus energy production, he's starting to lean more on climate.
President Obama, do the right thing! Do not allow...
There had been mounting public pressure to take on the industry.
Stop the pipeline! Yes, we can!
There really was a multi-pronged attack on the oil and gas industry, but specifically at this fundamental nature of the oil and gas industry. You've been around for a long time, but your products are problematic. And you've known that they've been problematic. You don't deserve to continue operating in the long term.
Obama would begin a major climate push that would lead to the historic Paris Agreement in 2015.
In Paris this morning, a potential landmark deal is being revealed on climate change.
The first global agreement to limit carbon.
Under the binding international treaty, countries pledged to cut greenhouse gas emissions.
The Paris Agreement is adopted.
I've come here personally as the leader of the world's largest economy and the second largest emitter to say that the United States of America not only recognizes our role in creating this problem, we embrace our responsibility to do something about it.
Back at home, the Obama administration was already taking steps to meet the treaty's obligations, proposing new climate regulations, including limits on methane gas emissions. he was pursuing a major plan to move away from fossil fuels like coal and promote renewables like wind and solar. It was called the Clean Power Plan.
President Obama's Clean Power Plan, the idea was that, by 2030, could reduce the carbon emissions by 32% compared to 2005 levels. That was an ambitious effort.
ExxonMobil and others in the fossil fuel industry had publicly come out in support of the Paris Agreement. But almost immediately, Obama's new climate agenda came under attack from Republicans around the country.
He declared a war on fossil fuels. It's all about an anti-fossil fuel strategy to shut down coal generation and fossil fuel generation in the generation of electricity. And you should be very concerned about that. Because what is it going to be replaced with? If it's renewables, wind, the cost of that is going to be insurmountable for this country. And I'm so thankful that we have a